Helps if I actually turn it over to the game. So last stream, we went to Gleba. And honestly, I'm struggling a bit. There's a few facts though. I don't think here is good. The reason being is just it's simply too far from where we are farming. We're going to be farming up there and there, so we kind of want to be in between. I think this tan spot here would be good. So we'll have to work on that. I think that's our first step. The good news is we got spoilage everywhere, so we've got plenty of spoilage. Rightio. This is still sitting at a good temperature. And there we go, making some steel as well. Excuse you, you're only lurking and reading chat, but what's going on here? You totally misheard that as I don't believe Kiri is good. I did not say I don't believe Kiri is good. I don't know what I said now. I'm unable to defend myself. Chat, can someone defend me for me? Because I don't remember how... I don't know what I'm defending. Does anybody remember what I said? Wow. Chat's just throwing me under a bus here. Alright, we're going to mash these. I said I love spaghetti? I do love spaghetti. Hey, Rawl, how goes the factory but rot today? It is going, that's for sure. It's certainly trying my patience. I'm still learning. Oh, I said I don't think here is good, but it sounded like Kiri, yeah. No, I would never cast accusations about Dark Kiri. Guys, she's always listening. Now, quickly, say in chat, of course you wouldn't, Arch. Of course you would never say things about Kiri like that. Say it. Save me. Yeah. Of course you wouldn't, Arch. Of course you would never say bad things about Kiri. Say that now. HR can vouch for this. See? There we go. The check hasn't cleared yet? I don't have a joke for that. Man, I didn't know I needed to pay people. Of course you wouldn't say bad things about Dark Kiri. She knows where you live. She does. And not even in a, wow, Dark Kiri is like creepy way, but like she's been to my house. It's a payroll issue? Yeah. Yeah, you're not employed by us. You are just a... Wait, okay. How many seeds should I be growing at one time? Because I get the feeling that you don't need to be always growing them. Because these don't spoil. But they do take an hour to, don't they? So if we throw them in here. Pretty much the same amount the rest of my machines can consume. Yeah, we've not gotten anywhere with that yet. Might be easier to just limit the harvesting side. Different area? Yeah, we're on a new planet. Hello, Randy. All right. We are going to go with this then. It's going to be a lot to work out. How are you doing, Randy? It's wonderful to see you. All right. There's... I hate that little thing there. Right. So, I need to make... nothing from there. I need this. You are going to make me gears. The tower grows. About the same when we last spoke. Yeah. That's unfortunate to hear. The tower does indeed grow, though. I don't know if I should be... like, if I go to make one of these, this will take 5 minutes of crafting time. That is hilarious. Versus 14 seconds. All right. I do not want to craft all of those by hand. That would take 50 seconds versus 3.5. Or, better yet, that one. That one has a bigger spread. Okay, you are making transport belts. And then you... whoops. That was a pole. That's useless there. Anyways. My exercises in futility continue, apparently. Is there a mecha for a vehicle? You remember the Jeep and the tank? Yes, there is the mech armor. I forgot to go and get that before I came here. Oh yeah, there is also the Spidertron, which you learn from here. It's funny, for you, you don't see any progress in my game. For you, it looks exactly the same like weeks ago. Das Mesh. As someone who plays quite a lot of Oxygen Not Included, I would think that you, of all people, would understand that progress doesn't always look straightforward. Sometimes progress takes a little while to actually look like progress. All right. I'm gonna eat one. Nah. Yeah, nah. You'll be pleased to know that I warmed up my hot dogs today, chat. Now we're going to turn this into jelly. And it is lacking. You are going to make this. Do you not typically warm them? So it's complicated. The other day, I made some and I didn't warm them. I just had them cold. I don't mind cold hot dogs. But apparently, chat thinks that it's like the weirdest thing ever. And like, to be fair, when it started because I told Kiri I did it and she was like, that is the weirdest thing ever. So, you know, I am not one to begrudge that. So to make Bioflux, I need the Yamako mash, which I don't have. And this only lasts a minute. Can I do anything with the jelly? You don't think it's that bad? Yeah, no, it's not. The whole thing or just the wiener? Just the wiener. Like just grabbing a cold hot dog. Or cold dog. I guess it is. It's just a sandwich then? No, I'm just eating it by itself. Just eating the Frankfurter. So it's definitely not just a sandwich. Totally normal. There we go. Finally, where were you all last stream? I got absolutely bullied. Rightio. Yeah, I got really bullied. You arrived and I stopped. Alright. So we are continuing to make tracks. We've got a fair amount of belt now. The question is, do I make more? What do I need to make, this? Oh, we used jelly to make that. Whoops. Okay, well, it's all spoiled now. Were they cooked and then cooled or raw? So they're just from the bag, cold. But they're not, like, uncooked. Artificial Yumiko soil. Oh, interesting. Maybe that's a better idea. Must be placed over... Huh. Gleba is a very tough planet and I'm still learning it. Right, so once that's full, it won't actually do anything. Okay. $25. Okay, so apparently I can't do anything about that. Hello, Kino. How are you? Welcome on in. Wait, is this good? This is good? No? No, I need more. Everyone's in chat, yeah. It's a busy night tonight. It's wonderful to see everyone. Hope you're all doing well. There we go. Alright, we've got some jelly nut. The goal of this jelly nut is to turn it into more iron plates. Okay. You are going to be making nutrients. You are going to be making jelly. Archer's stream is the place to be. It's where it's all happening, yeah. Having trouble sleeping, but otherwise okay. That could be maybe from the cup of coffee you had at midnight nearly 4 hours ago. Surely it's worn off by now. Actually, the half-life of coffee is a little bit longer than that. So it's not necessarily worn off by now. I do appreciate you all being here, by the way. It's very nice to have you. There was a time a few years ago where I was in the Twitch grassroots program. And it was really nice because you could turn on the stream and you just knew people would be showing up. Like, because you'd get put on the front page or whatever. And that was always really nice. There is nothing I can... It was a program that was designed to find smaller creators and give them featuring on Twitch. This does not make sense. This is like the least efficient way I could have done this. I lack iron plates, apparently. Here we go. That'll do for now. What's this about the M&Ms? Enjoy dinner, Abdul. Is that a cult reference? It's no longer a thing, but it used to be like they would pick 6 streamers for a month. It was really cool. But yeah, no longer part of it. Like, it was only for a month. It was tricky because it helped with discoverability, but it's kind of those things that it's good for picking streamers who are close to partner, not necessarily those who were nowhere near it. I don't run a cult. You never view stuff on the front page? Yeah, there is that too. Some people do though. It's odd. Right. You have way too much. This is an absolute waste. I'm half wondering if I should be swapping to electric furnaces. Be nice if I could have some foundries. "53 seconds. All right, we're going to wait for that. You wonder if front page on September is better than on normal months? So, it's tricky. With front page, you essentially want to get people's attention. And the challenge is in order to qualify for front page, you usually have to offer things that are different to what you normally do. Which means, how do you keep people coming back? How do you sit there and go, oh yeah, so for front page, I'm doing this unique thing. And then people come back and you're sitting there and you're playing just another game. And it's like, well, what did you expect? But I wouldn't be surprised if there's been the occasional random that'll drop in and go, ooh, I like this stream. Here is 500 subs. Hard to say for sure, though. I'm going to grab this. You are going to make some green for me. All right. That's going to sit here. Then you can't make iron gear wheels because you've got the plates. All right. Yep, you're going to make that for me? And you're going to make red. And we're going to make that. So you pretend that front page stream is normal and they get that quality content all the time. Next stream you go back to Factorio. So you mean I continue to display that quality content? Wow. You know, for a fan of Oxygen Not Included, bit of a hater there, Dustmish. Picking up a bit of hater energy there. Oni is totally innocent? No, it isn't. One moment. There was a soldier in my butt. I was sitting on my chair being like, something doesn't feel right. And, I wiggled a bit. Turns out there was a 3D printed soldier stuck down there. So that's awkward. Like, it was just on the chair. It was just wedged on the chair. Stuck down there may have sounded a little bit rough. It had just fallen from when I was working out and I was sitting on it. He was doing his part, yeah. He was guarding the pass. Hey Zareth, hey Mad Dog, welcome on in. Man, Gleba is challenging. Alright, can I make some underground things? I can. Alright, so. Two fighter connect. Someone better put some pants on. More streaking in my chat. Welcome on in. Hey, Blen. I think we got another. There we go. Cannot build on Yumiko wetland. Do we go left and all the way around? Can it go here? No. How do we get it here? Alright, so we're going to get two more of those. What has this got an issue with? I don't want logistics alerts. Don't know if that counts. Good enough. All right. Let me just clear out some of that. And make some more. So the thing is as fruit, it lasts a lot longer. So I'm happy to let it stay fruit for as long as it has to. All right, we've got that. Okay. So. First things first. What is the first thing? All right. Hey, Lennox. First things first, I think I want to set up Bioflux. And Bioflux is a combination of both. So that is a little tricky. Alright, no, that is now done. We are now going to have... this is going to make gears. There we go. I am well. I am well. I'm a little bit tired tonight. I'm still trying to wrap my head around Gleba, which is a bit of a struggle, in all honesty, I won't lie. Does landfill go anywhere? Oh, it does. Okay. That makes life easier. Maybe I should be doing that then. It'll just be like... Oh man, it goes so quickly. Never mind. All right. What do you got? 40 minutes of that. Okay. So basically, I'm acting like the belt right now. What we also need to do is have this here, and use filters, whitelist spoilage. So that will only pick up something if it spoils. Now, then we want that there. So we can make that here. Now, we're going to have one of these that lives here, that its role is to make nutrients from spoilage. And this one's role will be to process Yamako. And then I'm just going to go here. And I'm going to place this here. And this role will be to process that. Human beltipede, you've seen that before. So much to remember. This one really does mess with my head a little bit. All right, now we're going to loop around over this belt. Ouch. And then this is going to go up here. And we're going to have this that connects to this. To make no. Wrong thing. To make bioflux. Why? You are stuck. All right. And you... Okay. So this is... Did I sneeze? No, boom plant. This is where I get stuck, right? Because stuff is going to start spoiling. Nutrients can come from that. Right, that cannot be crafted by hand. Okay. So if I go, I want that, and then dump this in. Yeah, that's the tricky thing, isn't it? It's working out... So this is now making spoilage. That is lovely to miss. So this now takes that out. That is not the right one. Okay. All right. And this bioflux is good for 38 minutes. I don't know why it comes out half spoiled. Because it takes the time of the others. So as that processes... This consumes... What's its item ingredient shortage? Right. That. Okay. Going to get clogged with seeds? It absolutely will. I'm just learning at the moment. This needs to be a filter for jelly. This needs to be a filter for Yamako mush. Here we go again. Ow. Hate that. Just fixing a slight issue I caused. Alright, now you are out of jelly because I don't have more stuff here, and that's fine. That shouldn't have headed there either. Okay. There we go. I'm winding up with some at least. And some seeds came out, so I can take the seeds from there. Then we want 2 long boys. And these will be filtered to the Yamako seeds and that. All right. Where is that stone on the map? There was stone there. There's stone there. I wonder if I should just set up a stone mining as well. Hey, Tatsu, welcome on in. That's what we're going to do now. God damn, I hate that stuff. But it is also very funny. Right. And then I need an electric furnace. If I can make one, I can. You missed your morning, slept through it, but your afternoon and now evening is going all right. I'm glad to hear that. Wait, I don't need you. I need you. There we go. So every like 10 seconds I'll get 1. That doesn't feel like a lot, but hopefully it adds up over time. What curry are you making? So we're slowly making some iron at least. Bioflux is sitting there for a while. What else do we need? Like, what do we need to make that? We need jelly and bioflux to make rocket fuel. But that's not super necessary right now. To make the science, we just need bioflocs and pentapod eggs. And it looks like pentapod eggs are able to just self-manage. I honestly don't know what use this is. This comes from jelly. This comes from Yumiko mash, which you're meant to kickstart and then use with bioflux to keep producing it. So we need to get more bioflux going, but we also need to improve the jelly. Our jelly situation is lacking. It's really funny because if things disappeared, it would be a lot easier to manage. Like, if instead of your stuff spoiling, it just disappeared, that would be more bearable, I feel. I am struggling to wrap my head around how you manage spoilage. That is my honest struggle right now, right? You have a stupid idea. Hit me. Rocket it into space, yeet it. Hello, Radagast. Welcome on in. Right, you got that there. You know, that's not the worst idea. The problem is, I'm still learning how to... Essentially, you need to take spoilage off and put it away. Because as far as I can tell, some spoilage is needed in order to start everything. Yeah, my thinking at the moment is spoilage is okay if I just put it into boxes right now. Right? Like, I'm not sitting there going, I absolutely need this to be not in boxes. But see, here's where I struggle. This has been sitting here for a bit. And I now don't fully know what to do with it. Hey, bees. Twitch was not loading any streams? Twitch is a butt, but I'm wonderful to have you here. It's wonderful to have you here. We don't have one that takes out spoilage here. So if I go... There we go. You're saying you're butt watching? Yes, that is exactly what I'm saying. Okay. Now taking a big part of this. And I'm going to swap it over to making this. Oh, we didn't go anywhere with it. One. I think we need two. There we go. We got two. So. Oh, I'm missing iron plates. So this needs to be filtered to this. And then overflow. To that's not overflow. No, stop that. Don't make a tank, make a box. See, but here's the thing, right? It's like, oh, now it's spoiled again. And I'm like, well... See, this is where I now have an issue because I'm run out again. And I'm like, all right, that was not a self-sustaining loop. That's what I'm trying to make at the moment, a self-sustaining loop. And it's what I'm really struggling with. Spoiling is the only thing, only happens on this planet. It's not a more common mechanic, it is the mechanic. It is the... You can't just have all your stuff stockpile up. And also, spaghetti is bad. You need to have one machine to make the bacteria and another 5 to 10 using the better recipe. I think at the moment... So the reason this isn't a self-sustaining loop is because I've got everything going in silly places. That's the honest truth. It's not a self-sustaining loop because I'm not building it as a loop. Right. So we have this here. That's fine. And this is what I've just been putting there as like as it goes. All right. What we need to be doing. So I could almost put that there and put it there like that, right? So what we have now is the start of it. Now, if we can make that artificial soil, where did I see that? Because maybe that's part of it too. I don't think that can go. That needs... That's not a very handy legend. Yamako Wetland, Jelly Nut Wetland. Right, okay. So it can only go over the wetlands anyways. You have to do Sunday things. You guess when you're back we're already merged with somewhere else. Well, you'll just have to wait and see. But thanks for being here. I appreciate you. I want to go. It also isn't helpful that I'm using yellow belts. But that's what you get when you start naked and afraid, I guess. Alright, how do I get from there to down there? Yep, this seems right. I will fix this just for the record. Dang it. Oh, I can't build on that. I can't build on this? Okay, do we have to build slightly one up then? Already cooking up some spaghetti? You know what they say? First make it exist, then make it work. First make it work, then make it good. It's just water. Yeah, I see that. Unfortunately, I don't see my landfill work overcoming that anytime soon. $66 landfill. Alright, so we crossed it over here. There we go, and we're out. We're getting down to here. Maybe I should move that over here. I think I will. Just simply because it's closer for what I actually have in mind. And then if I put this down... Hey, how was your weekend, bees? All right, I'm going to grab that and go up with this. Also, I can totally understand that people like just brute force this planet by sending every resource they can down from space. Because the only thing you need to make this is the pentapod eggs and the bioflux. And if you can arrange for a huge range of things to be delivered, you could probably just automate that quite easily. Maybe I should do that. Man, the science pack's not too hard. It's everything you need to get to that point that's the pain. Then if we look at the recipes, so that requires science pack, but what is actually making it need? Spoilage? Okay, that's an odd choice. That just unlocks epic quality. This requires biter eggs. So that would have to be made... I'm not sure where that's made. Stack inserters require carbon fiber. I thought I saw carbon fiber earlier, and that requires carbon and Yumiko mash. Okay, so those science yeah, I know they'll also spoil. One of the first things that I recall about all of this is Abdul saying that he got so frustrated with it all, he ended up just moving his science production here. And I assume by that you meant that you delivered your science here rather than you created it all here. So it's good. You watched movies and played games. Can't complain. Also, you don't get the Sunday sads anymore. I am really glad to hear that. It makes me happy, and I mean, I'm unhappy for obvious reasons. Not having a great time though at the moment with that stuff, but I am glad that you are. It is going okay for you. There you go. I want that there. Now, next, we need the spoilage being pulled off. Whoop. That's the spoilage going away. Right. There we go. And this one gets set to bioflux. And then from there, this gets filtered to bioflux. And that is going to go up here into a box. There we go. Now this is just lacking a couple of things first. And one of them is some long boys. No. No, this is making Kickstarter bioflux. And I need another long boy. And then from here, this goes here. Hate that. Also hate the fact that I have to do that. But actually, I could have just done that. What happened? These plants here explode. Okay. This Enable if... Actually... reading Greek... No. Read contents. Nope. That equals 0. Read belt contents. And we're going to put 200 in there. So this should now... Hey, Dreamt. How are you? I'm aware of a slight issue here. We'll go that, and we have no steel. Oh my gosh, okay. Use filters. Nutrient. Why is this? Okay. That is 100 jelly. Right, because I'm not actually taking the jelly out yet. Wow, yeah, no, I'm sorry, chat. I am very well aware that I am lost in the source right now, but I am trying to make sense of Gleba. And it is honestly breaking my brain. Alright, we got some spoilage that we just let out. I don't know why we were letting it out there. There we go. I don't fully understand this. I need this. That's okay, neither do you. Glad that makes two of us. Oh, that one's also out of power? What? Oh, okay. Alright. I'm going to have a splitter. This one's going to go underground and come out there. I don't understand why this is... I know why. Hold all belts. Why are you not fueling it? Oh, you're a bloody... You were a ghost. Can we call Ghostbusters? Yes. Missing an underground belt. Let's make that. All right. Have I automated bioflux production? I think I have. Does anyone have any thoughts, feelings, feedback for this? Should I have more limitations on it? Like only consume when it's needed. Not you, Ken. No. You ever thought and it goes, fuck Gleba. I thought you liked Gleba. I know there's a few Gleba lovers in chat. There we go. You just landed here. It's different enough to challenge you and you like that. Yeah, that's the feeling I'm getting too. You know, I am feeling greatly challenged, but I know that I am quite a challenging person. So, you know, that's where the challenge is. The other challenge is just how long these, like, these are not conducive, lines for, like, good anything. Oh my gosh. All right, we'll work on that shortly. Like, the length of these is ridiculous. And I just realized how dumb I am. There's literally a spot over here that is way shorter. And also, like right there. It doesn't allow as much, but we can work with this. I can work with this. I was a bit lucky with my Gleba. How so? Oh, unlucky. Wait. What's it meant to be like? How am I unlucky with Gleba? Long distance to the patches? Right. This isn't how it's intended? Okay. But I am honestly very proud of this. Oh, that is out. I am seeing the other issue. How do I do that? All right. We can pump water from here? Oh my gosh. Okay, that was a little bit... I did not realize I could do it that close. Now... I need the heating tower. So I need copper. Right. I mean, I did come here third. I wonder if that's part of it. I'm starting to get the hang of it. No, I want this in there. And then I will put nothing in there. Ah, this can have this. There we go. And I will make some of this as well. So I need heat pipes and boilers. Heat pipes require copper and steel. The steel might be the bit that's struggling at the moment. Oh, we're getting low. That did not last long. There we go. We'll heat that back up. Chat, I'm going to take a quick break. Grab a hoodie, do a pee, and think about how awesome it is that I have managed to get this done so far on Gleba. And think about what I want to do next. Go piss, girl. I will piss. I'll swap over to the lav mic so you can all listen. No, I'm not going to do that. Apologies to anyone who just yanked off their headphones in disgust. I do love the... No! It's an expensive mic. God. I am... Do you know how much money I need to upgrade my stream as is? I cannot afford to just pee in the mic because someone said so. It's the only reason why I wouldn't do it. It's the first reason. No! Now there's a quote. What are we talking about? I said I was going to go get a hoodie and do a pee, and people assumed that I'm peeing on things. You're all monsters. But hello, K-Nord. I'll be back. Don't go anywhere, chat. Apologies, I got back. And then my foots were cold. And I thought, I'm gonna go get my blanket. Ah. A drink. We are not having an arch peeing on the wall, Chibi. I refuse. You're just gonna sit there. Foots are important. Yes, they are. Okay. Now I can make a cooling tower or a heating tower. And then I can make a turbine as well. I don't want to say I don't drink, because I don't think it's as something that's as black and white as that. And I absolutely do drink sometimes. But I don't really drink alcohol. The last time I drank alcohol of any kind was at my work Christmas party. The time before that was at... Oh no, last time I drank alcohol, I think I had a glass of wine or two. And definitely a glass of wine or two on New Year's at Kiri's. And then I had a beer when I met up with Tomo. So I drank then the Christmas party. And before that was a party for work in like June or July. The last time you drank alcohol was 20 years ago. But aren't you 20 yourself? What drink do I have? Red Bull. I am feeling a little tired. And so I decided the cold one I was going to crack open would be a Red Bull. Red Bull is worse than alcohol. What on earth are you on about it being worse than alcohol? I'm curious now because I can't fathom that being... Well, I was kind of like, okay, hit me with it. I didn't mean to sound so exasperated. I am legitimately curious, but I was like, oh, is this just I don't like energy drinks, or is it tied to something else? You could feel that breath? Look, you're making me self-conscious, like I was just about to be like, oh god, here goes another one. But I do have a genuine curiosity. The only way that I feel Red Bull could be worse than alcohol is if you're having a, like, vodka Red Bulls, you know, because then it's going with it. But I can't imagine it being worse than alcohol in general. And say what you want about Gleba, I do really enjoy the music too. Here's chat's nonsense again. Caffeine that can make you not sleep, then that makes it more serious stuff, plus the high sugar content, or the thing that directly makes you incoherent with two glasses and destroys your liver. Well, I'm also drinking sugar-free Red Bull. I don't drink Red Bull with sugar in it. Taurine is fine. You just don't have too much of it. And caffeine is fine. Yes, it's a stimulant, but it's legitimately fine. Guys, I do meth daily. Like, you gotta understand, there's some context here. Actually, I mean, I'm being a little facetious with the fact that, whatchamacallit? Oh my god, I can't put this down. ADHD meds. I'm making a joke about ADHD meds. I don't actually do meth. Math is horrible. You can drink larger quantities of energy drinks without being aware. That could lead to high sugar loads, severe anxiety, elevated blood pressure, and dangerous heart arrhythmia or cardiac arrest. So, in other words, you could accidentally overdose on caffeine or taurine, is what you are saying there. Your ADHD meds aren't stimulants, so you can't make meth jokes. So I tried those. Was not a fan. This is so sad. I need a heating tower. And then I also need a turbine. And then I need a... heat exchanger. You can't have stimulant ones. Probably works better, but you won't work better when your heart stops working. That's fair. That's fair. You got to look after your heart. And like, as a bigger guy, I fully get that. It is something that I have genuine concerns over at times. But I am also lucky in that I have had my heart tested multiple times, mostly because of said concerns. But I am okay. Alright, I think I need to do this and then bring this closer. Where did I just put it? Oh, it's right there. No. Right there. So if I go like that, and then like this, and oh, that's in the way. Okay, what if we were to do this then? You have constant high anxiety, so you never tried any energy drinks? Because you're afraid that you could have an anxiety spike. Also completely valid, yeah. Like, do not get me wrong in the slightest, chat. Despite all of my tomfoolery, you do what works for you. And do not let anyone else try and convince you to do anything else. I like the occasional Red Bull, but I can handle the occasional Red Bull. There have been times in which I've not been able to. And like, for example, I drink decaf coffee. I feel like this will never actually get hot enough. No! It burned my beans! You're on blood thinners and beta blockers. Energy drinks pretty much do the opposite of those. Yeah. Rip my beans. Maybe I should put like a stack of these in to try and actually pump the temperature up. Yeah, nah, look. Everybody knows themselves best, you know. And do not take advice from me. I am not a doctor. Nuclear power plant? They don't exist on Gleba, I don't think. No! We will rebuild. I'm getting rid of those voice things. I don't like them anymore. I thought they were fun. They are not. A new token starts the tower. Yep. Cancel. Delete. Otherwise, if. Delete. There we go. It was a fun idea, but I don't think it works as well as I'd like. We're almost getting to 500 degrees. You can ship most things via space, yes, but to be totally honest, I'm not really looking to do a lot via space. Boom! We are now in turbine territory. Alright. Why are you not... Oh. I've placed some ghosts around without realizing it. Okay. Oh, we didn't finish building this apparently. There we go. So this will slowly make its way. A little too slowly for my liking. But we'll work on that. So the good news is, chat, we are actively, we've got a loop up. We now have, give me a moment. Why I cannot reach. Read temperature. Enable if temperature is less than 500. No. 525. There we go. And when the temperature drops below 525, it picks back up. With that done, there is heat loss for every heat pipe? Yes. But you'll also notice we've got 2 heat pipes and that'll just keep going as long as it's below. So it should just keep it running. Like that's what we're looking at here. Like, look at that. It's going perfectly fine. Also on Friday, it's a friend's birthday and a new bakery opened near them, so you're going there. You looked at the menu and you may end up with a blood sugar in the millions, but you won't be regretting anything. If you don't mind me asking, do you have diabetes? Because if you don't have diabetes, you'll be fine. How hot is the heat exchanger? 500 degrees. So it's staying fine. We've got it sitting perfect. You should be fine then. Like, the biggest thing is the body should be able to handle what comes in. It's when you do it for a very long time. You were just making a joke. Oh. Well, we were talking about the heart stuff earlier, so I thought I was answering a legitimate question. All right. Now, this will take longer to come back. Because we sent the seeds off. And it's planted them. It just needs to grow them. All right. So next up is making iron bacteria. How can I make that? Oh, right, okay. Right. What exactly are we doing? Good question. So, what we are doing is we are working on getting our Fruit Loops in an order. Fruit Loops. Now you're all right. Okay. That's a yeah. Thought that was the job of the mods to keep the Fruit Loops in order. Too right it is. I didn't realize I can make that by hand. I'll just run that while I'm standing here. You are doing a wonderful job, my friend. And I appreciate your work and your company. I know you jest, but I also want to just say that. Where, oh, where could my Yamako be? Gleba's got my mentally damaged brain stressing me, and I can't work it out. Alright, these are almost done. Da, 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 da. We are family. We're gonna see what happens. Right. So this is going to be set to making this. We're just going to let that do its thing. So the other question becomes, it's coming. Am I getting enough fruit in enough time in order to properly process? Because apparently that's all of it. It's all on its way. Hey, Jamie. It's certainly an interesting planet. I am certainly experiencing it. There we go. I need to make sure of that because apparently it's also on the left. So we need to make it on the right. Here we go, chat. So this produces 2 a second, this consumes 5 a second. Okay. This produces 6 a second and 12 a second. This consumes... How am I supposed to get the other stuff going? Two down. Yeah. Tough luck there. Everyone's got shaky hands, yeah. Certainly feels that way. So we're going to run this up here. And... I'm looking at making 2 now. Need to make a couple more of these. Okay, so we're making those. This... would dump that there. Okay. But then we also need this to go up. This is where I'm struggling a little. Don't worry, Ken. It's not spoilers. I think that's right. Yeah, I've got a good basis, but I am trying to compact it a little too much. The problem is, I know if I just make the belts longer, everything's just going to be worse, you know? But once longer is worse, yes. Okay. So... I can actually take this out. Because we now have this being made up here. And then this can go down here. Whoops. And then from that, we can then have another splitter. I did not chug, but I will. Thank you. Okay. How did later on ones spoil before the others? That's weird. Okay. Now, make this. This requires that. Whereas this just requires that. Alright. You are going to be filtered for spoilage. And there. In the meantime, I need 2 more. I also would like 2 of these. So you are going to be on this. You are going to be on this. I am now out of these. Okay. What do I need to make them? Pentapod eggs. Alright. I still don't get how, like, half is spoiled and half hasn't. That's hilarious. No, actually, I had some water. That was water. I'm also low on my ammo, so let's solve that first. Alright, first things first. To make this, I need copper and steel and shotgun shells. It requires 1 steel, so we'll have a fair amount. Okay. While that's going on, let's put this here. Never mind. We're just waiting for some more shotgun shells to be made. And then what we'll do is we'll go hunting for some pentapod eggs so I can make some more biolabs. The good thing is as this goes, if any of it spoils, it's fine. I'm curious about how much winds up back here and whether this is self-sustaining. It may not be just yet. No, it appears to be, so, okay. The fruit bats are back. Nice. I love fruit bats. Alright. 16 should be enough. Let's go. Cheeky flying foxes. That's cool. Chat, I have a question for you all. What is a wildlife creature in your area that you love? And what is a wildlife creature in another area that you'd love to see or have in your in your area? Hello. Oh, there are so many of you. It sucks that I can't shoot them while they're in the air like that. They recently reintroduced beavers into the UK and you're pretty happy about that. That's awesome. I love that. Okay, that was a lot. I have 9 eggs now. What happened? That was weird. I must have run out of ammo. You've always felt it was a shame there's no squirrels in Australia. You know they'd be a pest, but so cute. See, I think they'd just be absolutely destroyed because we don't have enough nuts. I think that was my first Gleba death. You don't have enough nuts. There's a toucan couple who lives on the park next door, and you love to watch them when you take your niece and nephew to play them. You'd love to see a beaver in the wild sometime. I love that toucans are just your neighborhood wildlife, Kansley. It's something that I genuinely feel surprise for every time I remember. There we go. We've got the go fast fruit. Seeing a platypus in IRL in a natural habitat is on your bucket list. Can confirm. Very cool to see. And wombats too. Though wombats are quite territorial. You get woken up regularly by kookaburras. It makes you feel like you're in a cliche movie scene set in Australia. Oh, I know that. Where I grew up, Dad set up a grey water system in order to feed a veggie patch. And unfortunately, over time, the interest in the veggie patch waned. And so the grey water system kept running. And so we wound up with this field, like, I say field, like it's a patch of about 10 by 10 meters of this really thick, luscious grass. And at night, we would get kangaroos turn up. And they would eat the grass at night. And it was always the funniest thing. Because, like, someone would be like, oh, you're from Australia. Do you have kangaroos there? Like, in your backyard? And you'd have to be like, well, yes, but not. It's not normal. But yes, we do. And it would always be that funny moment of being like, we do, but don't go thinking that's normal. And kookaburras are lovely. Oh, what's the Australian bird? I don't think it's magpies. But the Australian bird that's like, wah, wah, wah. I miss that bird. It could be a magpie. I remember it's something very, very quintessentially Australian. Sulfur-crested cockatoos annoy you when they wake you up, but you love them anyway. That reminds me of the time that my brother, there was one on the, oh, it's a crow? Okay. I like that noise. They don't have crows here. A cockatoo landed on the clothesline, and my brother went out to say hello to it. And he's like, oh, hello. And the bird just looked at him and goes, fuck off. It was the funniest thing. He came back in and he's like, I just got told to fuck off by the crow. By the kookaburra. It's like, yes, it did say fuck off. Unfortunately, wherever it was from, it was a little clear that the kookaburra had been raised with quite the potty mouth. Right, so I just made a whole bunch of circuits, but I don't remember what for. Oh, for these. That's right. It's funny when you talk about the toucans, people might think you live near a forest in the middle of nowhere, but you actually live in a 100,000 plus habitant city in the most populated state in the Americas. Yeah, it is really funny how Oh, what's the term for it? It's like the Western view that anything anything potentially that does not fit like their Western world is like exotic. And it's like, no, it's actually kind of normal. You see anteaters near the city sometimes? I've seen an echidna, which are like Australian anteaters. Very exotic, yeah. I mean, growing up with Australian wildlife, I also do understand. That. Also, hello, Kino. When did you pop your head in? Why did I miss the $25? Has my brain been that broken? I said hi before? Oh gosh, yeah. I apologize. I blame Gleba. Gleba is honestly breaking my brain. No, this is meant to be copper bacteria. And actually, Good night, Ken. Thanks so much for being here. I hope you have a wonderful, wonderful rest. I'm going to stick another filter here. And the output priority will be filtered for that. So that's running okay. I need to get fuel up here though. Maybe that needs to go sideways. No, wait. I think I've got it. Huh. I am... My brain is being made of spaghetti here. I want to get fuel running up along here. But I don't think I can do that without some serious... changing. So what you need to do is use splitters to then filter. There we go. Because then you... Because then you can go like this. Ah. That'll do. So, we now have this spot free. Except for there. Left is spoilage. There we go. All right. So we're moving that through, and now I can make some long boys. You are going back to making copper. Oh no, I can't make the circuits. All right. This goes here. All right. That's awkward. There we go. Oh no. I'm sorry. I need to speed up bot production just to sort that. Because I hate that. Right. And then you need iron amoeba. Maybe you don't need that there. And we stick a power pole here. And you now make recycled iron bacteria. What's stopping here? I think this is running how I want it to. But I think I may also need one of these. And this also isn't getting any, Man, this is so difficult. And after I make 4... You need to spoil first. What's the best way to do this? You gonna play a little Rocket Lab for a bit? Yes. Factorio meets Harvest Moon. I really love Little Rocket Lab. What does this require? So, it needs 1 in 6 to come back. So what if I just have this continue along like this? And then we got spoilage. So I need more copper. Cute Factoria. I am really starting to enjoy this. This is a different kind of puzzle. I am a little concerned that I am getting too lost in the source and not talking enough. And you're all getting bored. It's also possible you were already bored without me talking or not, you know? My talking or lack thereof may have no impact on your boredom levels. You're also playing Factoria, so consider it co-working. Oh my god. I love that, Reza. Welcome to the Factorio co-working stream. Optimize and chill, chat. You're going to make more of these for me. And you're going to take those. Okay. So. We've got a splitter now. That needs to live here. And the right is going to be for spoilage only. How do I get spoilage where it needs to go? Actually, I wonder if I could just... How do I make plastic again? That is from jelly, right? No. Bioflux and Yumiko mash. So I got plenty of Yumiko mash here. What temperature is this? 525, okay. This is a safe co-work space where we talk about our frustrations when building on Gleba. You're watching with interest because you've never tried to do Gleba with minimal outlay before. By the time you hit Gleba, usually you're dumping all manner of supplies from orbit. I get that. If I wasn't so committed to doing this the way I am, I would totally do it that way. But when I first started, people were like, "Oh, you can totally do it without it, and I was like, all right, bet. Crafting output full. Right, because you are... I need some of these. Nope, nope, nope. We're going to cancel that. That is too many. I'll take that 99, though. Wait, oh, okay. I ran out of cogs. There we go. We're basically... Hang on. Oh, you're struggling because... Okay. And I'll make one of these. Okay. It teaches you to be very optimized, I feel. He says while everything's damn near expiring. Oh. Yeah, not having that. Missing steel and copper. Okay. Another 110. Nice. There we go. Get some steel out here. What do I need? One more steel. There we go. Right. And then... Okay, so what I'm going to do... First one is this. Then there is this. This is going to be set to make plastic. So it needs that. And then we need to bring up the biofuel there. Why is this getting stuck? Because that's stuck. Because that has so much coming from it. Okay. Dang it. I was slightly convinced I wouldn't hit anything. Oh, I'm enjoying this. This is... Oh yeah, it's all coming together. I can't do that voice, but... It is all coming together. Maybe. Radio. We don't have any jelly coming in, and that is because I would never sent any jelly back down. Sorry, any seeds. So let's go get those seeds. Here we are. In the meantime, gonna grab that. We're going to go with that first. Chat, Twitch is going to run some ads. I'm going to take a short break. I need to reset my mindset. There we go. That's back on the run. I'm going to leave you with this. Do you get to hear the break? No. I am just going to leave it running and I'll be back. Alright, chat. This is it. With time to lock in. Maybe. Thank you very much. We haven't been locked in? No. No, we have been locked out. Straight up. So this one's going to be filtered for plastic. And then... Oops. And then we're going to have one here that is filtered for that, okay? Then we're going to put a box here. And then this is just going to go over here. This is now missing the mash. Where is my mash? My monster mash. This is producing 6 a second. We are consuming approximately, you know, 30 a second. There we go. Output favorite right. Filter for spoilage. There we go. That'll spoil soon enough. Actually, I'm going to grab it. So we've got a bit of plastic now, which means we can start making some of these, which is like my biggest goal that I want to work on. Don't you hate it when you can see like a bit of spoilage and you're like, oh, by the time this gets to you, I cannot wait to see you be removed. This. Actually, this could just also just be filtered for that. Doesn't need its own one. And you do not have an exit for spoilage. Okay. No. All right. Now, you are going to be filtered to bacteria. And we're going to do the same thing. But like over here. And then we are going to do some power. And your recipe will be that. And then we're going to go here to here. There we go. What in the spaghetti am I doing? I really don't know. There we go. Now, the other challenge we have is some of the amoeba is not decaying. Like, it lasts longer than this. But then this winds up... Oh, okay, we're missing that. Why are we missing that? Because you cannot get any spoilage away. Okay. You got to a point in Little Rocket Lab that you're like, I'm not automating this thing through the entire town. I'm just going to take myself there when needed. Yeah. It's always funny to me because I feel like there's those parts. And then there's parts that are like, fuck it, I guess I'm automating this entire thing. What's happening here? Is there an issue? You're not getting enough off onto the belt. I am going to make one of these. We need it. I am also going to add copper to this filter. And then output priority left, copper. Like that. And this is going to filter for that and filter for copper. What am I running low on? Belt stuff. And I need cogs. I'm going to take this out of here and put it into a box now. There we go. So we're like half automating that. But not really. And then, of course, we need the other one here to go. Yep. And if you're spoiled... I really like how this is all going. Alright, I need to take out some... Oh, I need more iron plates. Man, Gleba is rough.
Be safe, and we're all gonna have a great time.
Tricks and traps.
What in the Jesus Christ was that?
Welcome on in. Hello, how you doing? I know that, meow. Surprise! Salsa, you are one of the most welcome surprises I could ever want. Welcome on in, everyone. How you doing, Trix? Hi. Lovely to have you here. My name's Arch. I play stuff. Right now, it is a lot of Factorio. We have just landed on a planet that deals with things rotting, basically, and you don't only have to just make the factory work. You've got to make it work in time and handle spoilage. So we are working on that. And it's been a wonderfully brain-breaking evening. I have not been as communicative with chat, quite frankly, because I've been focusing on trying to make stuff work. Arch allegedly plays stuff, yeah. Arch claims to play stuff. Gleba needs so much concentration, you're scared of it still. So I've managed to work out this so far. And this is honestly pretty much like the core basis of it. What we've got here is a loop of the biochambers that create the fruit. So all the way up here, we have these this thing that grows our trees for us. I'm actually going to take that. These grow our trees for us here. Harvest the fruit. We then bring the fruit all the way down here. And then it waits patiently in line while we turn that fruit into mush and occasionally get seeds. And so I've managed to set it up that basically spoilage continues to go along here. And as it does, the items are used, and if anything spoils while on the belt, it finds its way off the belt. But it is certainly a lot of work to get here. And I have been focusing very much on it tonight. So my apologies to chat if I've been somewhat quiet. Though I imagine chat understands why. I'm not sure this is a smart move, but we're going to do it anyways. No, I don't want a brick. I want steel. You don't think you could ever handle this game? No, I think you could. The good thing is, before Gleba, there is no real fail state. Like, you can die and stuff, but if the factory blocks up, it just sits there, and you can work it out. Gleba adds an element of if the factory blocks up, a lot of resetting needs to happen, but you also don't need to do it like this. Some people will drop down with all of the supplies they need from space and just do it all like that. And I'm the one dingus that's running around going, no, I have to do it where I land on the planet and I start on the planet with nothing. It's a very dingus move. Chill stream. I'm glad. I do like the Gleba music though. But yeah, you had just chatting. Were you chatting the whole time, or did you swap over to that for the end? You did that on Volcanus. It was pretty chill. No thanks for Gleba. Volcanus is probably probably my favorite one. Like, I love this factory. Nothing is moving on it at the moment because I've been elsewhere. But like the setup of it all, I even automated turbo belts. So we have here the turbo splitters, and then we have turbo underground, and up here we have turbo belts. To the point that I have thousands of them sitting here. You were doing Warframe, some horror game demo, then basically some Wordle-like games and chatting. Nice. Shameless plug here. Do you like horror games? I happen to work for a game studio that makes a horror game. I just always forget the command for it. It's odd. There you go. Oh, I should change that because it's not actually currently 20% off. Have you heard of Into the Dead? Our Darkest Days? The zombie survival thriller I work on. There we go. How about this? There you go. That looks nicer. It's a good game. Lots of fun. Yeah, it is. I mean, if I can say so myself, I think it is an absolutely wonderful game. I know the team on it very well. Yeah, no, the people who work on it are all wonderfully passionate people about games and really making that game the best it can be, you know? I need more copper. Again. When is 1.0 coming out? Funny you should ask that. We just announced our 1.0 release date. It's coming out in March. It's coming out in March. As in 2027? So a long time still to 1.0. Yeah, so it'll be coming on Xbox, PlayStation, and Switch as well. You're going to keep it in cart for now? Well, if you're going to stream it. If you are interested in streaming it, could probably sort something out. It's 18 weeks until Christmas. Thanks. Thanks, Jareth. They say time flies when you're having fun. So I have no clue where the time has all gone. We can only build one more substation. Luckily enough, I can dump it right here and catch everything. No. I'm going to dump it here. Didn't we just have Christmas? I actually had... I had a conversation with someone who is autistic. And... you know when you make the joke that you're boring? And you're not really meaning that you are actually like super boring. It's more of a, oh, I don't really get to do much. But when you make that joke, I mean, it's a risk. And the person that I was with was like, oh, maybe you're not. What have you done in the last 6 months? And I sat there trying to work out what I'd done in the last 6 months that was like notable. If somebody had said, hey, what have you been up to? What have you done? And I'd be like, I have had my nose to the grindstone with work and streaming. That I've done very little else. I mean, we've done some really cool stuff at work, but I was like, man, fuck, I'm boring. And it really hit me. And it was really one of those like, oh, Jesus Christ. 6 months have passed. Like, if you lengthen it to a year, I can be like, oh, yeah, no, I've done heaps of cool stuff. You know, I went to Austria. We launched a new game at work. Like, all of that. It's been really cool. Actually, that was done in the last 6 months. But, like, lots of stuff. Yeah, like, really cool stuff. But with this, I was just sitting there going like, oh, man. Oh, no, I am boring. Nah, just busy. Yeah. It's one of those tough balances, isn't it? Thanks for the existential crisis. Look, I'm sorry, not sorry. It happened to me yesterday, Reza. I felt exactly everything you're feeling right now. The good news is I'm still okay. Well, I am now. It did kind of hit me, but I also think that there's some okay stuff. Oh, you know you're boring? Right, okay. I didn't know I was boring. Well, it's not so much that I didn't know, I just had never really contemplated it, never really thought of it. Interesting. Okay, that's way too much. But what if I were to go here and be like, boop. And then be like, yep, I would take that Yamako. No? Am I boring? No, it's the kids who are wrong. That do be how it feels sometimes. Right, so that's blocking. Right, okay. So the good news is, chat, I think I am getting this here. Hassan on YouTube asks, did I start on Gleba or just bring basic materials? So when I go to a new planet, I drop with nothing. I will drop with the armor and the attachments that the armor has, but no other equipment. And then I also sent Fred back here. Though I don't know if Fred is... Yeah, Fred's doing automatic. But I don't know why Fred is parked here. Plenty of fuel. Oh! Nope, never mind. If I go to Nalvis, what's it look like here? Right, very full. So the challenge I had is, I had bugs attack here, which knocked out my power here. Like, I run nuclear power, or used to at least. Wow, why does that... Missing required fluid. Right, okay. The sulfuric acid was coming from over here. What happened here? Oh my gosh, when I set that up, I must have set it up wrong? Odd. Anyways, this is good for a while. I mean, I've got, you know, 1.2 thousand of those, so I'm not worried about any of that. But yeah, so Nalvis is kind of stuck at the moment. What attachments do you have on your armor? Whole bunch of roboports and 3 legs. Or 6 legs. You wildly disagree, Reza. I find you quite funny. Reza, you do have a good sense of humor. Yeah. And that is one thing to really think about too, is like, what is boring? Jareth says, I used to be, oh, maybe I'm boring. When work colleagues would talk about all the stuff they got up to on weekends, and you go, I read a good book. But now you figure, if you're happy, then what does it matter if you enjoy reading a good story over going and swimming with dolphins or whatever? I mean, those things happen. They just don't have to happen all the time, right? Maybe you should bring the Foundry to that freaking rotten planet and some free EMP. Well, that's the reason why I didn't, because if I did, it'd make it a lot easier. But I'm specifically here because it's tricky. And I want to take on that challenge of I am here because it's tricky. Overgrowth soil, not artificial. Okay. Well, that's awkward. What's the overgrowth soil? That's foundation. Tree planting. I don't see overgrowth. When this first released, the Factorio streamer you watched decided to go to Gleba first when we knew nothing about the planets. Watching her concur, it was amazing. Conquer. That's, oh, right, yeah. Honestly speaking, I understand why people love Gleba. It is one of the toughest challenges that really makes you think how you adapt to this, right? Volcanus is just, what if power wasn't an issue and you had infinite things, resources, right? The other one, what's the other one? Just trying to think off the top of my head. Fulgora makes you think backwards about how you do things. I have not gotten to the frozen planet yet. I am curious though. Yeah, Fulgora, the trash planet, is really good. The fun thing about that is the way it makes you think backwards in terms of resources. Because last stream, we actually had someone in here and they were saying, I hate Fulgora. You know, it sucks because I have to, like, trash the blue chips for the crappy green ones. And it's like, on Fulgora, the blue chips are the crappy ones. You know, and that's where that mindset, that shift is, that you've got to be like, yeah, it's different. Oh, I guess we are out of that. Okay. We're going to make green circuits now for a bit. You are out of fuel. That's because everywhere is out of fuel. Why? Because you are out of that. Because you are out of fuel. I have a conundrum, chat. Oh, never mind. It got itself working again. My conundrum was questioning if I was putting too much nutrients, like the emergency nutrients, should that go only to this? But then I realized that I would need it to go elsewhere too. I need stone bricks. What do I need for the artificial stuff here? Landfill. Okay, good. Because I kind of forgot about my landfill setup. On Fulgora, all your steals and blue chips killing by upcycle gambling. I love gambling in this game. It is so much fun. I probably shouldn't love it as much. But I seriously had a blast with it. You shall try and get some sleep. Alright, Trix, thanks for being here. We'll be wrapping up shortly anyways. I appreciate it. Appreciate you being here. And the raid, thank you. It's hard to shift your thinking from giant bust of spaghetti again. See, that's my secret, Salsa. I'm always thinking spaghetti. Spaghetti is my natural state. So I need more steel or I need more bricks? I need more bricks. Okay. You love those straight lines. Nah, I'm straight enough. I don't need straight lines in my game. I just need bricks. Ooh, 60 bricks. That should be enough now. I can make 6 more furnaces. Chat. If I make 6 furnaces, I believe that I'm approximately an 1/8 of a way to a furnace stack. Alright. We're resetting this. Alright, that's how we're doing it for so far. You got one struggle on Factorio and really thud to solve. Guess what? I don't know, actually. What's your Factorio struggle, Hassan? Okay. I think I am... Oh, I know I am breaking this, but that's okay. We need some more long boys. I really enjoy the challenge that... the challenge that a lot of these maps bring. Now, do I believe that the people who say they love Gleba actually love Gleba? No. I'm calling them out now. They're a bunch of liars. But do I understand why one could enjoy Gleba? Absolutely. I think we're going to have to... that there. And then we go right output is this. Whoops. And then we go this here. It's the wife. When you start building something new or to fix something, just lose time control and the wife starts yelling, come on, you're not a kid anymore. All Factorio players are the same. I am quite lucky in that my partner loves playing games as well. And so I don't have that problem. My partner loves games, so when she's like, what are you doing? And I'm like, I am so deep in Factorio. Her response is, that game breaks my brain, and just leaves it at that. Alright, you don't have any nutrients. Oh. There's nothing to panic about. Nobody has any nutrients, so it's okay. And the reason nobody has any nutrients, because every time I've talked about bringing back the seeds, someone goes and forgets to. I'm not pointing any fingers at chat, but chat, it is your fault. Is it me? No. It couldn't be me. I'm too good for that. Whoops. See, I didn't even blow myself up that time. Oops. Look at that spaghetti mess. It's messy and lovely at the same time. Honestly speaking, embrace spaghetti. It's so freeing to be able to make things in spaghetti. And I know also I could probably by now actually just go... Yeah, I can. I want a robot. Wait, I need this still. What am I doing? One bot, that's all I want. You think I have an obsession with spaghetti? No. No, I just have a healthy enjoyment and maybe a sadistic side in which I love people's reaction to the spaghetti that I make. Because it feels like the perfect ADHD thing. Some people will look at it and go, ah, this lets me organize the factory in a way that gives me dopamine. And I get to go, ah, I get to create a factory that looks like my thought patterns. Gleba without robots and with yellow belts. I'm sure the devs couldn't sleep well today. Well, I haven't set up a good enough iron thing in order to make... I've got some red belts, but... Wait, where did I... Ah, it's right here. Oops. There we go. And we're done, chat. I saved myself so many belts. Oops, pardon me. All right. And then we stick this guy here. Boom. No. Boom. Actually, we can probably move that now. To like here. Perfect. There we go. I only mean we're done in the general consensus of we've finished this pathway. Why do I have the grid view? What made that? I don't know how I made that. F5. Why did I press F5? But also, I love that. And then we stick this one here. You might be using it for your factory. That makes sense. It's helpful when planning things. You have no nutrients, and you are reading that there's two... What? Interesting. I thought this... The belt is, as long as the items are on this belt or directly connected belts, they're cut on side loading and inside of splitters. So it's cut there and there. I'm not sure if these cut it, so I've got it there, but that should be fine. Hassan, thanks so much for being here. Have a wonderful day. Undergrounds do not cut the signals. Then I only need one. Oh yeah, you see the little rails. That's cool. I guess we're now waiting for this to finish growing. And then it will pick back up. Oh yeah, and you needed a bit of power. Well, you all did, but... There we go. And then... There we go. Dang it. And then we go... There we go. So if any of the bacterium turns into copper by the end, we can do that. And then I'll be doing the same along here with this. But given that our task is now await the pink, I think that's where we're going to wrap up for tonight. I actually feel really good about this. I feel like I've got a very rough hang of Gleba now. And while my setup is not scalable, it is a proof of concept in terms of I am starting to understand how Gleba works. And to me, that's so exciting. I love that. It honestly, genuinely makes me happy. There is this level of... How do I put it? I've talked a lot on stream about the aha moments that really genuinely make you fall in love with the game. And that's what I'm feeling here. I understand why people love Gleba, because it is so damn satisfying when you crack it. It is satisfying and it gives a very different feel. But yes, that is where we'll wrap up. Now, Dustmish was lurking before and he said that he would be away and then he'll see us in whatever stream we dump him in afterwards. So we're going to go on an end of stream raid and work out where we're going to put him. It's on its way. Okay. Yeah, let's go raid the Drongo. Just end the stream and don't go anywhere. While I find that very funny, and I would enjoy it, I do feel that just ending the stream is like... Maybe the extra viewers could help Drongo, you know? Maybe that's an opportunity. He needs all the help he can get. Some professional, some... You know. We are going to raid Drongo, though. Thank you so much for being here. And thank you for being here too, YouTube. I'll catch you later on YouTube. All right, that is the YouTube one done. We had